Alright, that marks, why is this peaking sound? Let me just double check that I'm using the right mic. Yeah, it's correct. Okay. Yeah, sick. Ready for the final day of the week? Of my day of the week, I guess. Don't stream on Fridays, but anyway, yeah, sweet. So yesterday, what did we even do yesterday? Open the main menu. We fixed some bugs to do with the staff panel. Yeah, we had some issues to do with some of the static variables not reloading. That's due to that, like, setting we enabled on Tuesday to make runtime faster is then it ended up breaking a lot of my variables that I use for the saving. So that's all good. So I've just reverted that change, and save system is working now. I do actually have set up. I mean, we can just rip a demo of it. I've got the customers spawning throughout the day. That functionality works now. I've added this like panel for start day. This looks gross. I'm definitely going to update the aesthetics on this, but the gist of it is it's probably going to be something like this. It would just look more polished, but I'm thinking like at the end of each day, you kind of have like a checklist, and it's just like review review yesterday's reviews, and then like review recipes, review staff, or something like that. That or yeah, but that's basically the gist of it. So for the point of testing, I can now come into here and order a ton of things. Come into here. I've got a save file on, so that's probably why. So I've bought even more stock of all of these things. But yeah, so they're selected. I can choose to recruit people, but I haven't set up this function. I'll probably be setting this up at some point today. So, yep. Then if we click start day now, I should make this panel disappear when start day happens. The timer's all set up. You can speed it up. But yeah, now customers are going to come in and start ordering things. So, really dislike how the agents move. Like how he walks all the way around to deliver to there. Should make the deliver point just on the north-facing side of it, probably. Anyway. Yeah, you can see goes into red time if the day goes over. Then resets. And as you can see, day 4, week 3, that's all set up on the save file now as well. So if I were to end my day, day 4, what was it, day 4, week 3? Probably shows how much testing I did yesterday. Oh, yeah, cooked, aren't I? Oh, wow, okay, so that's the fake save file. Sure, save. That's the fake save file. That's the not a slot save, because I'm opening it in that scene, but in here, so I don't have the correct one. So yeah, you can see here, day 2, week 1. We come in here, day 2, week 1. So I've got the time, the date, I guess, set up now in the save file. Yeah, sweet. So what I want to do today is a couple of things. I want to set up the staff spawning. So at the moment, the staff is just existing in the scene. That's not what's meant to happen. The staff also get instantiated into the scene based on, so you've got your avatar, we'll just call it, is like they're always working. So it means at a bare minimum, you always have one person in your cafe because you're the owner of the cafe. You never get sick. Unlikely, but you never get sick. You're always going to be working. But I want to set up so we can hire a second person at the moment. So I want to set up the functionality that we can add a second person into this cafe. And I'm pretty sure the tier 1 cafe is able to have 3 people. So we need to figure out how we're going to do that. So obviously they have to all spawn in here somewhere. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Because then I probably then need to set up set up the functionality for like how it cooks. So obviously, keep these pans and stuff keep not getting on the stove. There's meant to be another set over here. Don't know where they've gone. But yeah, so there's 2 stoves, but there could be 3 people. But the thing is like you've got 4 different things per thing. So you could be making a coffee. So you come to the coffee machine. You could be cooking, microwave, toaster. Right? We're gonna try and split up multiple recipes between all of those. So let's just say both stoves are occupied, and the third person needs the stove as well. They're just gonna wait until one of the stoves isn't occupied, then goes to it. But I haven't been able to properly test that yet because we don't have multiple staff set up. So that's one of the things we're going to set up today, but I'm going to do that second. The first thing I actually want to set up today is the perfect recipes. So we come across to the script in, game data. We have perfect recipes. Per save file, the perfect recipes will be stored here. So something I've done for technically replayability is I want to randomly generate what the perfect recipe is per the save, like per save slot. Reason being is, I can see the benefit of, just let's just say chicken burger has all of its perfect recipe is just all of the ingredients at one. Yeah, look, on your first playthrough, I mean, one's probably not the best example to get, but on your first playthrough, you're going to take some time getting to know that. But on your second playthrough, if you know what all the perfect recipes are, you can just do them perfect straight away. And for me, I feel like that takes out a very large aspect of what the experience is meant to be. And yeah, it's like if you like every time you get a recipe, you're instantly making it perfect. Is like that's a very large aspect of the game just cut. And realistically, from there, like all you're really doing is doing staff management stuff, and that's it. So I don't really like that. And obviously, if you have a perfect recipe the same for everyone as well, is like it's most likely just I know how Steam works is like someone's probably going to make a Steam forum post, potentially put spoiler tags on it, but like with all what the perfect recipes are when they find them out, and it's just like then a new player can come in, read off that, and they don't get the full experience either. So I figure if I do randomized recipes per save file, is like you can't do that. You're always going to have to interface with this mechanic, and if anything, for me, it helps me with testing as well, because like if I don't know what the perfect recipe is, I'm going to have to play the game properly, and that means I'm going to be able to properly see what the user experience is going to be like. So let's have a little drink. So basically what we want to do is I'm going to open up a paint flashbang. Apologies. There you go. Zoom in on it. So basically what we want is, so on creation of save slot, so let's just call it on start, we're going to, because I'm basically looking at this, right? So at the moment, per save file, it has a perfect recipe that will be stored here. So basically 0. So let's say just for now, go A, B. So we can say A equals, as we go down, each of them is going to be the recipe in the list. I'm just trying to think if I ever add more recipes into the game, is just like, how can I make this extendable? I think if I only ever add them to the bottom of the list, it's probably fine. Yeah, so A is the recipe. B is the ingredient. So as an example, let's just say 0, 0, 1, 2, 3 is going to be the size we need. So let's just say this is chicken burger. Right, so 0 equals the chicken amount. This equals lettuce. This equals mayo. And this equals cheese. So it means this always needs to be A's length is the recipe count, and B is always going to be 4, even though this technically can be empty, the 4th entry, because some of our recipes are only going to have 3. But that's fine. That's fine. So on start, which I'm pretty sure we can define with, get down to it, is when we do this. I think. Yeah, knit. If it exists, load. If not, save. And then we come into the save, and we're going to initialize the data. So this is when we know for sure that we've never created these save files before, and this is probably where we're going to then generate the perfect recipes. So yeah, we can do that straight away. So I can minimize this now. Come over to here. So in here, we're now going to go m underscore perfect recipes equals a new int array. The size at the moment is technically only going to be 2. Now this is getting done in Awake, so this is like one of the first things that's instantiated. So I think we probably can handle generating perfect recipes here. So we're gonna go. I feel like on this, yeah. I'm gonna go private void generate perfect recipes. Like technically speaking, I would probably prefer to have something like this being done in like the recipe list where we're handling all this other data, but when we're calling this for the first time, I'm pretty sure the recipe list doesn't exist in the scene. Maybe, but considering we're not actually doing custom data in here, I think it's probably fine. So for here we can go for int. Actually, I'm kind of already thinking this is incorrect. Nah, okay. Well, let's... I mean, they're all done in Awake. Let's, we can test this. We can test it. So in here, let's go recipe list dot instance dot generate perfect recipes. You happy now? Yeah, cool. So in here, I'm thinking this instance is going to be null when we try to run this code, but we'll test. Just, I mean, for argument's sake, we can just do debug log test. just to see if it is going to call or not. Just confirm this is going to be, yep, when we're creating a new save file. So let's go in and create a new save file. Yeet this guy. Bang. Test. Okay, it is going to work. So that's all good then. So we're going to come in here. So we're going to go. We're hard setting this at the moment, so we probably can go for. Oh, we can do set perfect recipes actually. Yeah, so let's do generate perfect recipe because we are going to then save it. Is go game data equals game data dot instance. Okay, we're also going to do an int 2D array called perfect recipes equals new int array I need to probably, I'm just already like starting to think of logic is like if I were to add more recipes post launch is like what I need to amend to this. But we'll get to that later. So new int and it's going to be m underscore recipe list dot count 4. Okay, so now we're going to go for int I equals 0 while I is less than recipes count I plus plus. So now we're going to rip another one, go for int j equals 0, while j is less than m underscore recipe list I dot, and this is where we actually need the ingredients in here, which I'm pretty sure we've got. Ingredients dot count j plus plus. So now we can do int random value equals random dot range between 1 and when you're using ints, max is exclusive, so it means we probably want to do 4 because I think we've got the recipe set that it can only be 1, 2, or 3. So 1 to 4 is going to do it, and then we do perfect recipes I j equals random value. And then after we're done with all of this, we can do data dot set perfect recipes equals that. We're probably going to want this existing this existing in the data source that we've got. So this is going to be recipe data source. So let's have a public static dictionary. There's probably something I need to be doing for this that I need to make sure it doesn't break. And after I'm done setting this up, I'm going to do it. And that's actually create a build to make sure that these static variables aren't going to brick a executable game. Anyway, so in here, we're going to have recipe config as the key. And then we're going to have a list, potentially, of ints. I'm going to call this perfect recipe data equals new. Okay. So now we come back into the recipe list. So here we've got the perfect recipe data set. This technically speaking, like, never needs to save. Because, like, once this has been called for the first time, it's generated, done. And then it's never going to get, this method's never going to get called again. But the data's always going to exist. Yeah, okay, I think we're good. So now we want to have something that's load data, recipe status, region, perfect recipes, and region. So here we want to do int 2D array perfect recipes equals data dot get perfect recipes. I did set down here, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. So in here, we're once again wanting to go. Yep. Okay. So I think we want to do for int I equals 0 while I is less than m underscore recipe list dot count I plus plus. And then for each one of these, we want to create a list of ints called values. Let's create a new one of those. And then here we want to go for int j equals 0 while j is less than m underscore recipe list I dot ingredients dot count j plus plus. Int value equals perfect recipes I comma j, and then we do values add value. Then after we've done all of that is when we can come down here now and go recipe data source dot perfect recipe data dot add, and here we can do this and values. Now, technically speaking, we don't need to add this function into the save because the save is already going to get it. We only need to initialize this data into our data source. Never need to change it. So this should be all we need to do. Now we can test this. What we're going to do here is go debug.log okay, what we're going to do is actually go before the for loop, we go debug log and go loading perfect recipes. Let's add a little bit of flair to it. And then here, recipe name. There we go, m underscore recipe list I dot ingredients J. So let's say it's going to say test recipe 1 chicken, and we want bang 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 value. And we want to add something for down here, and we want to have debug.log. What do we say up here? Loading perfect recipes. We're going to have this as setting perfect recipes. Nice typo. And we want to rip that same debug that we have here. Have that. And now we can see if this is going to work. Create a new save, obviously, to make sure this is going to work. Clear. Bang. Alright. Oh, we need name. Okay. But we can see a problem here, and that is it's not going through all of the recipes for this. So when we're loading it, it's only doing 2 when it's meant to be 3, and it's doing 3 instead of 4. So a couple of bugs to work out there, but in here we want to go dot ingredient name. Is the fix here literally just to make the J part go count +1? Friend J. J equals 0, 1, 2. I mean, it shouldn't be. Because the way it works is like the count of ingredients is going to say 4. So that's going to go 0, 1, 2, 3. 3 is still less than 4, so it should work. Anyway, we'll rip it again now with the ingredient name, but it's a little bit suspect about what's going on there. Chicken, lettuce, mayo. Oh no, here it goes. It's working. Chicken, lettuce, mayo, cheese. So we can actually just write these down now. Rip a notepad. Chicken equals 2. Lettuce equals 3. That's a lot of lettuce, by the way. Mayo equals 1. Cheese equals 2. Beans equal 2. Milk equals 2. Sugar equals 2. That's nice. Okay. Loading perfect recipes. So you can see chicken 2, lettuce 3, mayo 1, cheese 2, beans, milk, sugar all 2. So that's working as intended. We can pull him off to the side, and now we'll use the same save file. We shouldn't see it setting the values now, but it should still load those values. Loading perfect recipe data. Chicken 2, lettuce 3, mayo 1, cheese 2, all 2. There you go. So that's the perfect recipes functionality setup. All done in 30 minutes. Go me. So now what I actually want to do is I'm using static variables, and I mean, I've used static things in the past in like builds, but just because I had that issue yesterday where static things was breaking in Unity, is I want to make sure that it's going to work. Main menu. Hit build and run. New folder. Builds. We're probably going to actually get a lot of compile errors because Visual Studio likes adding references to packages that I'm not actually using, and then it breaks during the compile. So we'll see what breaks first, but one URP asset included in the build, Monka. It opened on another monitor. Is that going to work if I go over here? Yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, technically that is correct. Even in Unity, I am creating a save file, so this should be reading from a save file, but we're going to delete it and create a new one. We don't have a way to be able to test. Oh, we don't even have a way to quit out of the game, by the way. I just have to Alt F4. So I don't have a way to test perfect recipes, but at the bare minimum, I can do all this stuff. Let's move profit to 3, because I normally do 2, so let's just change it to be a slightly different number. Make the next one 4. I've actually changed how my save files work. So this might not work as intended. Set George's wage to 38, roster him on. I'm fairly sure I need to click start day before any of that saves. Rip start day, you can see the timer going. So now if I just Alt F4 it. Oh, I did build and run. That's probably not smart on my end. Let me just rip this off stream real quick. State games, development, Copenhagen, builds. That again. Okay, here we go. I need to get rid of that made with Unity splash. Okay, so if we come into here, George is hired. The wage is set to 38. That's correct. We should have 10 servings of everything. Profit 3. Profit 4. Selected recipes 2. That's double the amounts. Bang. And we'll rip that one more time just to make sure it's all working. Alt F4. Recipes are correct. We've got multiple servings of all of them. Yep, okay, so I think that's working. Now, what I want to double check now is I want to create a new save file and make sure none of those variables are broken. I can see my camera keep auto-adjusting the light. Anyway, so Alt F4 out of this. We'll go one more. I think potentially something we need to be checking is switching between saves mid-game. Is making sure it reinitializes the data correctly. You can check that in Unity, but I need a way to be able to quit. So maybe I even do that now, because I think I'm at like a good point now where before I implement anything new is to make sure what I've got existing works correctly and it's not going to break all my data, because if I keep implementing stuff that has multiple save systems involved and it doesn't actually work, is like I'm going to have to rewrite a lot of code, where if I stop now, it's going to be a lot safer. So this was a new save slot by the looks of it. So this one we're going to hire Peter. His wage, I'm going to set his wage down, cheap. In terms of the recipe, we're only having one for each of them. Profit 1, add. Profit 1, add. Okay, well, we saw that it didn't save the variables, but we do need to set up a way. I can do this start game, because now that save file is going to exist in Unity now. The best way I can do that is each of those save files. Okay, well, I was thinking like the easiest way I could test that in Unity is by checking the debug between the two of them, but I think I might just set it up that it's just going to work in general. So we're going to want a new bit of UI. God, I didn't think I was going to be building any more UI for a while, but that's okay. Probably don't even want it to be as big as this, right? So duplicate the settings one and go pause menu. Okay. I feel like you can go left 300, right 300, maybe even go 350, 350, fuck, even maybe 400, 400. Something in there, maybe? Yeah, I could live with that. Okay, so in the header, title, paused. We are going to need an icon. I mean, technically, you could do a clock, paused. Looks cringe though. Stopwatch. Cringe. I mean, I know there is a pause symbol in here, but I don't really like it. Like that. That's what I'm using down here. I just don't think it fits. And we could have paused. We'd have to shrink the size of it. Leaning more towards that at the moment. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Go pause menu. So come onto this guy. Are these getting cut off? Yes, they are. Exit button. Content area. I mean, is being set properly. So is that. So is that. No, we actually don't need any of this. Content area. I mean, what did this... It's, objectives. It's probably the closest example. Kind of did have panels. What do the settings look like again? It had panels as well. Anyway, not a huge deal for now. Remove component. Content area, it's fine. I'm thinking has a vertical sorting. Rip a middle center. And then in the content area, let's just create a button out of this straight away. Definitely gonna need to be bigger than that. 300. Hell, it could even be 600. 600 by 80 maybe. Quit. To desktop. Max size this at probably 65 maybe. Maybe even 60. Need to put the correct font on it. Justify it in the center. We want to put the correct color on it, which is going to be U. Paste. The button itself needs to have one of these. I feel like quit to desktop is probably a reddish sort of color. We have used, I think, for like the big thing for UI is UI consistency. So because of that, I know in the staff panel, in the payroll, we have a fire button, which has this color. So we can come back into this guy and paste it. I'm using a gray version, I should be using the white one. There you go. And because of that, it means this the color of this doesn't actually need to be blue, it needs to just be white. Quit to desktop. Quit to desktop button. Quit to menu button. Pretty sure for this I'd normally just ripped that, didn't I? Quit to main menu. Okay, and then we have one more button for now. That's just going to be continue or return to game button. Turn to game, and you're just going to be that. It's like traffic lights. What does that look like? Probably make them all a bit bigger in one side now. Maybe make them. Oh, just killed it, I think. 100. So I think in here, what I'm actually going to do is create parent. Nope. Create parent. Pause parent. Here. And you just need to be stretched. You need to be as big as this guy. All you need to come under is a parent of it. Breaks it for sure. Reason is all of these guys got unparented. So they need to be under that. Cool. Reason for that is this guy, the pause menu, he's going to have a script, which I should go and find now. Scripts. This is all UI. Create a new folder. Pause menu. Create one behavior script. Pause menu. We're going to have can already see a bug that's going to happen here. Because what I'm going to do is like timescale equals 0, but else timescale equals 1, but it's not correct because if we're pausing the game on 3 times, we want it to resume in 3 times. So we can have a So that's how we can open and close the menu, which is also that button's going to need to be able to do that as well. So let's create all the button functionality. Public void close window. M underscore pause menu dot set active false. And you want to rip this as well. We want public return to game is going to have the same functionality as the X button as well, so that's fine. So we want public void quit to menu, which is going to do scene manager dot load scene 0. And then public void quit to desktop application.quit. Alright, so we can come across to this guy now. Yes, pause menu. Okay. Just waiting to see what I'm looking for. Okay, I'm going to actually add a little bit of extra flair on this, and that's going to be... So if I change this to be stretch, yeah, it's going to break it. Irritating, 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 irritating. 10. Yeah. Image. Obviously just needs to make that negative 400. Negative 400. Negative 100. Negative 100. And you want it 10. Something like... Something like that. And actually put it under here. So that way, if this comes on, it does that. Okay. I think that's done. Probably want to test that returning to this screen works properly. Oh my god. Oh. Let's clear out all my save files for now. 3122. Okay, cool. Alright, and then if we hit this, return to game. Hit this. Quit to main menu. Come back to here. Obviously, this isn't what the main menu is, but like, for the sake of it returning to the correct thing. But saved data successfully. Let's come. Oh, there we go. This is what I'm pretty sure is going to be our problem. Is the static script that we're initializing here is... It already exists. If the game keeps running, that static variable is not getting reset. I'm pretty sure if we... I'll quit out. We'll see. We'll see. I have two suspicions of how it could happen. So it's all the variables exist in the data source, but the data source fills from the save file. So, and let's just say we quit to main menu. Those data sources still have all the old variables, but when we load the second save file, they're still in there, but it's loading against the second data, so I don't know how it's going to handle that, at least. So if we come in here, let's buy our normal amounts. Do slightly less on that one, maybe. So that way, if we come in here, go profit 2 on this one, profit 1 on this one. For argument's sake, let's hire Georgia as well. Put our wage to 35. Roster her on. She was rostered, right? Yep, cool. And you got those. Yep, sweet. So if we start day, just save all of that data, and then quit to main menu, and rip a second save file. Errors. Selected recipes aren't resetting. The stock did reset correctly. The amounts have defaulted at the variables that they were set on my last one. In terms of staff, Georgia's still rostered on. Okay. So, yeah, this is what I figured could probably happen. Which means we need to clear all of those dictionaries when we're initializing the data. So we can see here what we've set up already. So recipe data source is all getting done in the recipe list script, which I can't see if I've got open here already. Recipe item, recipe list, here we go. Set up dictionary. And we're going to have another method here called private void reset dictionaries. Recipe data source dot, we have so many things in here. Recipe data dot clear. Recipe data source dot recipe profit data equals clear. Recipe data source dot perfect recipe data clear. Okay, what I'm actually not going to do is I'm not going to have this method because I can already see race condition problems we're going to have. Is every time we're accessing one of these data things, which is going to be like in here, so we know we're accessing. Actually, we're only doing it in the load data, right? Perfect recipes, clear it. Selected recipes. Right, let's just clear all of the things that we need to clear. Recipe data source. Selected recipes is what we're doing here. Okay. And then recipe status. Clear. Profit data clear. That all we're accessing in here. Double check that. So recipe data and recipe profit data. So recipe data, recipe profit data, selected recipe, perfect recipe data, and the selected recipes count. Okay, so that's all of those values nullified now. In terms of the shop data source, shop data. I mean, it's obviously on the shop panel. Like, I don't know what I'm thinking about so deeply. So shop data source. I mean, shop data dot clear. Oh, this is only local values anyway. But I guess on enable, we definitely don't want it on enable. I think we do want like a on start here. Clear that. Okay, that's the shop data source clean now. Staff data source needs all of these. I'm just gonna rip a screenshot. It makes it so much easier for me to track what I'm trying to get rid of. So this is all going to be done on the staff manager. No, it's a list. It's a staff list. We did it on staff list. Status. And this is staff data where we're dealing with stuff here. So staff data source dot staff data dot clear. Payroll data and recruitment. Okay. Staff data source dot payroll data clear. Staff data source dot recruitment data dot clear. Okay, that's everything. That's everything cleared out of here. And our last data source is the time data source. What the fuck? They're not dictionaries, so we don't need to clear those. It means I actually did clear something in another script that actually didn't need to be cleared, but I think that's it. Oh, gosh. Oh. So if we come and play now, the hope is that I should. It's temporary. It's a temporary window. It doesn't matter. I probably should clear out. I think I've tested that the recipes and stuff work, so I don't care about that anymore. So let's do what we did last time. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. So the button that's in. So we've obviously cleared something in a dictionary now that shouldn't have been cleared. My guess it was the shop panel. I mean, we can check the shop data source. It has multiple references. Ha! Huh. Race condition. So, I guess a little info for anyone that isn't aware, now that I actually do remember it, is on enable gets called before start does. Really annoying. So I'm pretty sure like I can open it up. Unity event order of operations. I think it goes awake, wake, and then on enable, reset, start. Right. So we've loaded all of the data here in on enable, and then we've cleared everything here. So we probably need to use awake. Yeah. Easy fix. I do love easy fixes. Okay, so rip it again. Yeah, I did set it all to 3 max, that's good. Okay, that worked. And then this one's going to be a low amount, 2, 1, order mills. Cool. Set. Broken another thing. We're broken another thing. This is, I'm pretty sure it's literally the exact same thing. So this is now the recipe panel. I didn't think I touched the recipe panel. Recipe panel 67. Selected recipe data. Init. I mean, all of the recipe stuff I just ripped in here, didn't I? Oh, I just hit a race condition again. So we've got all the stuff set up in here for the selected recipe data. And then load data was clearing it. Was it? Yeah, selected recipes here. Selected recipes cleared. So I think technically it's better to do it in here because that's avoiding a race condition. And then it resets it up again here. Let's run it back. This is all because I haven't used done save slot functionality before. I've always done just a single save, and a single save wouldn't have the problems I'm having because you only have one bit of data, so it's fine. I mean, technically speaking, if you delete the data, you don't then reset the dictionaries, but yeah. Alright, create you. 2, 2, 2, 2, 10, 1, 1, 1, 1, 10. Profit 2. Profit 1. Okay, staff. We've killed a staff. Oh, love that for me. Love that for me. But it's actually a problem at line 50. Just clear that for now. Okay, no, it's multiple things going wrong here. Oh. Okay, so the problem, even though it's saying that's what the issue is rotating the recruitment panel. I think the problem's actually existing from the list. And it's not doing this. So I'm guessing this doesn't have any data. Staff data source, I did all the stuff to do with this in the staff list. So let's see where we broke it. Here. So we're running all the data here, then calling load data, which is then resetting what we've already set up here. So dot clear recruitment data. So we need to find where we were doing stuff with recruitment data. Bang. Alright, and we run it back and see what's going to break next. Fun, 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 fun. Alright. Oh, no. Bang. 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 Cool, that's working so far. So we go you, hire, back to you. Your wage can be 36, sure. Roster on. Close. I'm pretty sure we still had errors too with the saving. Oh, it's not the saving, the volume stuff. But I'm not gonna bother fixing that yet because it's a big who cares. I think the errors will be pretty easy to fix and it's not immediately pressing. So we want to start day now, and once we've started the day, just wait to see a person to make sure the day is working. Yep, cool. Quit to main menu. No errors. Created a new save file. And if we come into here, no selected recipes, no stock, no nothing. No one's hired. Cool. So now, we hired Georgia last time, so now this time we're going to do something different. We're going to order less. We have to do opposite amounts. Cheaper to order it that way around anyway. So now, this guy's profits 1, and this guy's profits 2. This time around, we're going to hire Peter, and his wage is going to be 15. Close, start day. Just wait for a person to come in. There's one, cool. Quit to main menu, go back to cafe, save 1. Double check everything. Profit 2, this is on the first one. 2, 2, 2, 20s, yep. 10, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. This should be Georgia at 36. Georgia at 36, very cool. Alright, save slot's done. Properly clearing all of the dictionary data now. So I'm happy I've done that now. Because now whenever I do a save system again, I know that this is the step that I need to take to clear that properly. Rather than if I were to wait to the end, then test all this, is like then I'm going back through every save thing that I've done and reinitializing it and testing every aspect of the game. So yeah, glad I got that out of the way now. Cool. Let's get rid of all of this debug shit now. I don't need it anymore. This is in the recipe list. I'm thinking whether it's worth to add the functionality in for if I were to add recipes in after the fact. So what I'm thinking is, so basically the way it's set up at the moment is we're only going to initialize that list on the first load of the save slot. That's when it generates everything. But what if... So let's... Okay, I need to paint this out, I reckon. Rip one of these just to scrap that. Bang. So on first save, generate perfect recipes, and for now that's basically saying brackets. It's literally only 2, 4. But if I were to update the game, and let's just say update 1. Hashtag 1. Up 8. Update 1. 2 new recipes. So it means we need to get it from 2.4 to 4.4, but we need to save what 2.4 already was. I feel like because of that, I should actually get rid of... so re-implement all these debugs that I just did. Reason is we're just going to test this thing, because I think this is probably a good idea for me to get done now. So if we come back to here, 2 new recipes. So what we need to do is... I think we're going to do some math. So I think if we check, go like if length does not equal our math, and that's when we come in here and we're going to loop through and set all the values. Okay, so I think I know what we're going to do. So basically speaking, it's when we're loading the data, we're going to have a check in here. Okay, cause I can technically already see where a problem was going to happen, because we've got this set to recipe lists, right? Like recipe list count. So let's just say, like, we can open this back up here, right? Not you, this. The recipe count was at 2, so we're going to run through this for loop twice. 1, 2. But then on the next time round, let's say the next time round is it needs to equal to 4.4, is we're going to get to, technically it's going to be what? 2, 0, yeah, 0, 2, 0, right? When we get to this, Perfect Recipes doesn't have data for that. So I think we actually have get perfect recipes here. And this is where we're going to want our check of if perfect recipes dot get length dimension 0. Length is less than, and then in brackets, this is our math. Is less than, and our math is going to be m underscore recipe list dot count times 4. So I'm pretty sure when you do length of a 2D array, it's going to get every value. So for instance, in here, it's going to do 2 times 4. So length equals 8, and here length is going to equal 16 when we do it the next time around, or that's what we want it to be. So basically we're saying now, if we're adding 2 more recipes to it, if it's less, we're going to hit it here, and that's when we're going to need to have a new method now, which is going to be update perfect recipes. Private void update perfect recipes. All right. So hey, BK Dev, how's it going? Yeah, everything's going all right. Just trucking along as always. How about you? How have you been going? All right, so I think we do want to do this again, and then we want to get the 2D array, old data. Get perfect recipes. Yeah, good. Got a nice 4 days off of work, so excited for that. Really busy time with the NFL being on full blast, which is needed. You got your logo finished today? Hell yeah. Oh, that's awesome. I think that's probably like the exciting part for me is like, yeah, when I am getting later on in development, is yeah, like getting all of my art created for like storefront stuff of like, yeah, having like the official logo locked in and like banner images and all that. Like basically like realistically like when the Steam page is set up, that's gonna be awesome. Yeah, man, go ahead. Feel free to send it on through Discord. I'm for sure keen to have a look at it. Also, whenever you do, if you do already have a Steam page set up for it, let me know, and I'll chuck a wish list on it if it hasn't been released yet and whatnot. All right, so and we're gonna have an int new data equals that. Yeah, I know all the wish lists do count for something. I know there is like a magical number. Not that I think it's very it's unrealistic for a lot of indie devs to be able to hit it, but I know like yeah, the higher the wish list you get to a certain number, it really like helps the algorithm find you. So yeah, just collecting any amount. I am Grousey on Discord. Yeah, I probably should clarify that. You've seen a big boost since 50? Yeah, that's awesome. I probably should, I mean, I'm listed as like developer on here, so that probably helps. But yeah, I'll look at it off screen. Yo. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, that's actually really awesome. I love that. Did you make it, or did you commission someone to make it? Commission, yeah. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Yeah, I get exactly what you mean. That's like for me, it's like, yeah, I haven't commissioned anything yet. I definitely will be commissioning people later on, um, towards the end of the development. But yeah, like artists are like so talented. I think we've had that chat before. It's like not very like art inclined sort of things, but it's like yeah, like I can remember we had an artist on our team when I still worked at Half Brick, and like when she would produce work, I would just be in awe. I'm like, that is so cool. Yeah, yeah. Feel free to shoot me any information and work that they've done before. That'd be really helpful. Because yeah, I probably haven't spent any time looking into that at the moment. But it'd be cool if I could start kind of growing a list of people that people recommend. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I think that's like the big thing is like just communication. Like it seems so simple, but like the like it's the thing that sets people apart is just like being able to communicate is it's just such a big thing and communicate efficiently as well. Um, what am I trying to do with this? Hmm. Still off stream, right? Yeah, sweet. All right. Oh, put it on the screen. I'm really trying to work out what the hell I'm trying to do here. So I know this data is only going to have two. But then we have extra data that we want to go through. I'm gonna have to rip a Google, I think. Uh, oh, okay. It is just what I thought it was before. Okay. So we can just go like int old. I mean, just to separate the data, let's just put it next to each other. Int old length equals old data get length 0. So then we want to go for int I equals 0 while I is less than. Probably want to use old length. First, and then we can do the new stuff afterwards. I++. And then we need, what are we working on? So, let's comment this out for a second. This morning I've set up so for each game save it's going to generate what all of like the perfect recipes, like ingredient amounts of recipes are. So I did have it set up. I think. I mean, are we doing? If I call this now, am I going to break anything? On the off chance I do, I'll just comment this out. I'll come across to Unity so you can see it. I think I've got everything debugging. Actually, I could have just shown straight from there. Clear these saves. Okay, so when you upon setting a new save file, is we're setting like the recipe amount. So for test recipe 1, you can see it's setting, you need, for a perfect recipe, you need 2 chicken, 3 lettuce, 3 mayo, 2 cheese, and for the coffee one is 2 beans, 2 milk, 1 sugar. Not difficulty options, like if I open up this panel, right, so it's actually probably easier if I do it on this one so I can move it. So if you were to get, so there's a review system in place, like, so you need to be able to cook perfect recipes so customers are going to be happy, and if they're happy with what you've cooked, it's going to increase your follower count, and then in turn it's going to increase your cafe rating. It's all connected. But basically, you don't know at the start of the game what the perfect recipe is. And the way I'm setting it up so it's random per save file, that way, like, people can't post online or like in Steam forums or something like that saying like, oh, the perfect recipe for the chicken burger is this. That way, a new player can't just go in and speed run through the game. So it's like every save slot's going to be different. So at the end of each day, so it's kind of like finding genre combos in game dev sims. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So like, let's just say at the start of this, the start of this day, I left this recipe. So I said, my chicken burger is just going to have 1 of everything. I would be getting reviews at the end of my day saying, and you're not going to get all of the reviews at once. You kind of only get 1 review at a time, sort of thing. So because we need more chicken, the review might say like it's lacking chicken or something like that. So your day-to-day thing is like, yeah, you keep referring back to the reviews that you've gotten to then try and get to the perfect recipe. So what I'm working on at the moment is, technically speaking, just like, I might not need this functionality, but it's probably better to implement it, is when it's all generated, like, yeah, it's good, but I'm doing it based off of the current recipe list count, and on the off chance that, you know, after I ship the game, I do an update and I add more recipes to the game, which, I mean, that's feels like it could be a very reasonable thing that I might want to do, is the save list already, like the perfect recipe list already exists, and I don't regenerate it again. It regenerates once when you make the save file, and then from there it won't touch it again. So I'm just creating functionality now that, if I come up to here, so when we're loading the data, I'm just going to be doing a check to make sure, like, okay, well, if the length of the recipes actually can do something different here now, I think. Perfect recipes, I can get length, maybe. Get length 0 is less than, now that I know how that's working, is less than the count. If it's less than, like, if there's more recipes than what we've generated for, is now we're going to come down to the new method that I'm creating. And then in the new method now, I need to, so I've got the old data stored here. So I'm going to be looping through and setting the new data to that, and then because we've got the length of it, is then anything extra is then we're going to kind of generate what the random value is for it. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. Kind of like soft skill training, instead of 0 to 100, you have this instead. Yeah, exactly. RuneScape, hell yeah. I got a mate that is like so addicted to old school RuneScape. Like, that man, he is on it. Like, if he's awake, he's got RuneScape running on like a second monitor. He'll have it on his phone if he's out or something like that. Like, it's cracked. Yeah, I'm like, my WoW addiction is like very temperamental, I guess. At the start of an expansion, it's like, yeah, I'll go so hard. Oh, congrats on the completing the campaign. Yeah, it's awesome. Um, I mean, like, technically, I guess this is probably BM to do a little bit, but I'll quickly show you. But it's like I think the thing for me is like I really require like a group of people to play on WoW. Um, just because pugging doesn't really interest me that much. Like I pugged a few keys on some of my tunes, and yeah, I don't know. Pugging keys is just rough. It's like unless I have like a group of people that I can consistently like run keys with, it's just like I start to lose interest a little bit. Um, yeah, I'll quickly flash this. Khadgar, Anduin, Windrunner made me cry when the Stormwind theme. Yeah, man. Quickly rip this, but yeah, there's. I hate that it does this. But yeah, so what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tunes at level 80. Bit excessive. Yeah, no. I kind of leveled them all at the start because I played the early access period, and kind of like all you could really do was just level tunes. So I leveled tons then, and I leveled. What's the most recent thing I leveled? Boom, like a druid, I think was the last thing I leveled. But yeah, I don't know, like delves. Delves are okay. Raids are cool, but I think for me, raids as well is like I would prefer to like raid in a guild, and it's like I could try and find a guild, and I'm pretty sure I've got mates that do raid in retail, but yeah. Boomkin's been going, it's a sleeper pick. Like everyone was saying like, oh, Boomkin's terrible, and like I think in raid they aren't that great, but I know in dungeons they're crazy good. But I think it might have just been Boomkin players crying wolf, or like intentionally sandbagging so then their class doesn't get nerfed, because yeah, like they're actually really good. Normally have one main. Yeah, I mean, I don't play all those tunes. Like I kind of the multiple of those classes I've kind of got to 80 and I probably won't log on to them again. I've kind of always got them there just like, or maybe if I want to change what class I play, like it's kind of already there ready. But I mean, for me, I'd probably only touch maybe 2 or 3 of those tunes. One would be like my hard main, where it's just like I'm always making sure I'm like up to date on the other ones. I like don't care as much, but I'll still somewhat play them. Okay, we're actually very similar, because for me, I like healing as well. I'm mythic clear to Midrisul. That's awesome. Yeah, I think that's the reason why like I would love to get into a guild, because I would love to clear mythic and stuff like that, and do all that. But yeah, I'm on the same boat. I like healing more than most things. Like DPS is obviously like the very, for lack of a better term, the very brain dead thing to do, right? It's just do DPS, where tanking and healing is a lot more responsibility. But I've always gone back to healers. Like I always do DPS for a bit, but get bored of it and then go back to a healer. But I think it's not as bad, but one of the problems I've been having with healers lately is I feel like the health bars just don't move enough. Like, maybe it's just because I'm used to different versions of WoW in the past, is like when you did a heal, like you could see the health bar move like a big chunk, but I feel like now when you're healing, it doesn't really chunk their health that much. It's like very gradual amounts. I don't like rotation. That's why it feels like rotation. No, I think that's one reason why I liked playing. I've got a Boomkin as well. Is like I like kind of like playing the Boomkin. It's very simple. Like you're just filling that bar either side. It's like if you want to do single target, you rip 2 Starfires first, and then you start wrathing. If you need to do AoE, you do 2 Wraths first. You just like that's so simple. But then you get to like some other classes, it's normally mage. Mages are normally pretty complicated. It's like you have this massive launch sequence of what you need to be doing. Um, yeah. But yeah, in terms of like the satisfying healing, like I think the first time I really started healing a lot was like Mist of Pandaria. I played a Holy Priest, and Holy Priest's throughput. I mean, it's always really good, but like then it was great. But I can even remember in Shadowlands, I played a Holy Paladin. Um, and like you would Holy Shock, and the Holy Shock would like move someone's bar a lot. It's like that was like a really good heal. But now like you Holy Shock in the War Within, and it's just like heals like 5% of their health, and you're like, well, that was a waste. Mistweaver didn't have that problem in Season 3. Dragonflight felt strong, had one heal which just bumped everyone. That's nice. Well, I think the big healer at the moment is Preservation Evoker. I think they've got like a large series of nerfs recently, but like they're like I was watching the Race the World first, and I was actually meant to start streaming all my development like a week earlier than I thought than I did, but the reason for that was I was watching the Race to World first, and I didn't want to like have that on a monitor but also be streaming, so I kind of delayed starting streaming for a week to watch the end of that. But like yeah, the Preservation Evokers in Mythic was just crazy. And yeah, way too position. I think that's the reason. I've got an Evoker as well, and I was playing it as Prez, and I was doing some mythic dungeons in it, and that was the thing that annoyed me. It was just like when you're pugging it, is like everyone's just so spread out, and like you have so many positional based heals. As like you have your is it called Dream Breath or something like that? I think I don't even know the name of abilities. I just use them, right? And that's like the cone heal thing, and it's just like everyone's spread out, and you can never actually get more than one person in it. And I was just like, nah, it's not for me. But I mean, like all in general, all of the Evoker specs are actually really like fun to play. Maybe Org is not as fun to play because, if anything, it's probably really hard to play because you're kind of needing to manage all your buffs, Ebb and Might, and all that. But um, for me, it's like I can remember like when I set up some classes, can definitely probably use Mage again. Is if I'm setting up my action bars for a mage, is just like there are so many buttons, and it just takes up so much space. But I was leveling it as Devastation Evoker, and like I put all my buttons on the bar, and it's like half is probably an overstatement, understatement. I don't know, but it's like significantly less buttons. So it's like new classes that they make now is like, and I don't know how many more new classes they're ever going to make because they have so many in the game now, but like it just doesn't have button bloat, like, and it's so nice. But yeah, because that's the one thing that's definitely like the most overwhelming thing about retail WoW is button bloat, is like how many buttons, and like realistically, even though you have all the buttons, you don't need them all. Like, what's a good example of a class? Let's go. Let's go Fury Warrior. Fury Warrior has a lot of buttons, but rotationally, like 5 or 6 buttons. There you go, Fury Warrior. Yeah, I've got a Fury Warrior set up as well, and that's like when I was like dragging all the abilities onto the bar, I'm like, oh my god, this is going to be horrible. I don't know if I want to play this. But then I actually started learning the rotation. I'm like, oh, actually, no, this is fine. Well, Fury Warrior at the moment, I don't know. I think they did receive a bit of nerfs, but Fury Warrior has been pumping lately. Figure out what I'm doing there in a second. Had no utility, subpar DPS, okay, survivability, most classes were better. Yeah, I think my big problem at the moment was is, don't get me wrong, is like I think hero talents are like really cool. It's adding a good good immersion to classes, right? Like even though some aren't like and they're getting reworked in the new patch that it's coming up soon. Is it the 20th anniversary? Um, but I think the big problem is that for majority of the classes, you only ever play one hero talent. Like, I wonder if I can pull it up. Who had the data on it? Was it Warcraft logs, maybe? No, actually, I don't think it was Warcraft logs. I was thinking like maybe it was Archon. Nah. But yeah, it's like I think I was watching Max's stream the other day, and for most DPS classes, it's like in I think this was for Mythic Plus, was it's like 95% or more using the single hero talent, which is not great. I think tanks were roughly the same. I think healers were one that it wasn't as high a percentage. You could switch between the two of them, which is good, I think, because I think it was normally I think what one was they using? I think they were using Resto Druid. Was each one had a different profile. Like one was more like burst healing, and the other one was more sustained healing between the two of them. So you could kind of change between them based on like what the dungeon would need. And I think that's a really good thing for it. But yeah, for all the DPS, it's like using, let's go Enhancement Shaman as an example. I'm pretty sure Enhancement Shaman's like 99% Stormbringer, 1% Totemic. And it's just like, yeah, it's not a good balance. Yeah. I think druids always have it rough because being the only class that has 4 specs, um, makes it a lot harder for them to balance it properly. And obviously they have, I mean, they do have 4 hero talents, right? There's, it's like Grove something, the Alloon one, Wild Stalker, and I know there's something else, I'm pretty sure. Druid of the Claw or something like that. I don't know. Maybe something like that, but yeah. I think that was like, I can remember there was a comment when all of the hero talents were first brought out. I think it was very obvious. Keeper of the Grove, yeah. That's the Grove one. There you go. I think I had Grove in there somewhere. It was very obvious that a lot of classes had one very obvious hero talent, like Hunter Dark Ranger, is like, yeah, slam dunk, really good. But then there was then other things where it's just like, this is a bit weaker. Like, I think Rogue probably has a good example of that, of like, even what were the rogues? I think there's Trickster, there's Death Stalker, and Fatebound. Is just like, I think Deathstalker was one you're like, yeah, that's a good rogue one, but then you get to like Trickster. I think Fatebound probably makes sense for Outlaw, but like, yeah, you can tell one was like thematically like really cool, but then there's the next one, so it's like, okay, I think they were running out of ideas. Int. think I can test this now. So it means we're gonna have to create a new... I mean, something's gonna break, like that's just confirmed. Let's create a new, didn't think about this, did I? It's actually quite irritating to create all this stuff. Let's make, a soup. So there's gonna be just doing stuff that I have my... Oh, we need to create all new things. Awesome. Tomato. Oh, it's base costs and everything. Man, why did I make all these very involved systems? Okay, oh, no, we can just duplicate this. I think it's tomato, I think it was onion, and I think it was butter that I had in the prototype. Butter. Onion. Do you want to ride into the apocalypse, or do you want some gardening? Man, so I got a DK as well. And I think Riders of the Apocalypse is actually not too bad. It's just a very passive thing. It just looks cool. And I think, realistically, that's fine, right? Like, even if it doesn't rotationally change really anything you're doing, as long as it looks cool, I think that's fine. But, what is the Deathbringer? I think, is that what it's called? But it's the one where you get Reaper's Mark. It's like, that spec is, like, so much better, like, DPS-wise, but both are cool. Both are cool. Ingredient. Test recipe 3. Cooking station. Soup's probably going to be stove. Tomato. Onion. Butter. Friend, just gotta get running. You have a load racer. Yeah, awesome. Catch you later. Thanks for popping in and saying hello and having a good chat about WoW. Always like talking about WoW. Catch you later. Okay. If we close it, if we come back in again, it shouldn't set the data, it's just going to load the data. Loading perfect recipes. Okay, so now we want to document these. Oh, not you, this one. So we got chicken at 1, lettuce at 1, mayo at 2, cheese at 3, beans at 2, milk at 1, sugar at 2. Okay, but then we're also needing tomato. We are needing onions, and we are needing butter. This is what we're hoping is going to work. So we'll chuck it over here for now. God, I hope it works first go. Nothing ever works first go, but mains, we come into here, recipe list is going to need a new recipe added. Test recipe 3. Come back to main menu. Let's see what breaks. Bang. Index was outside the bounds of the array. Everything break? Yep. Oh, I just realized, yeah. I'm definitely, like, yep. Huh. So this actually... Come back to here. So IJ, recipe list count. Wow, okay. Oh, I've just realized what the problem's going to be. Yeah, this is hindsight. Big problem. Every bit of save data I've had based on recipes is going to be affected by this. For the sake of speeding up development, I'm going to scrap it. Reasoning is going to be, one, I need to get the game out, right? And, you know, I want to make sure that, you know, 1.0 is realistically able to just be 1.0 and we can just have bug fixes. But on the off chance that, yeah, I want to add in some more recipes or something like that, is like, rather than just the creation of that, is like probably then that's when I can go back through the code and set it up that I can add more into it. But I think 1.0 should be able to be just it. No post development. So because of that, we're going to go in and, I mean, for now, let's just comment it out and just say, we'll need this functionality if we add more recipes post-release. Cool. So now we're not calling it, which is fine. I think it actually would have worked, by the way. But we do have a problem now, which is in the game data, we're initializing recipes incorrectly. It's going to need to be 3 now. There's potentially stuff in here that's got magic numbers in here. Recipe list. Actually, no, recipe list shouldn't have magic numbers. It would be the recipe panel that could have magic numbers. To do, remove magic number. Get cafe rating. Huh? +2. +3. Magic number. It is the benefit of the fact that whenever I have put a magic number in there, is I put a to do on it. So because of that,
I know where I've hard set something and can change it. So that's it. Something's probably going to break again. That's fine. Create a new save file. Alright, cool. So generate a perfect recipe for test recipe 1, test recipe 2, test recipe 3. All done. So if we come into here now, we can actually order multiple of these. Let's go 2, 2, 2, 2, add 10 of them. 2, 2, 2, 2, add 10 of them. 2, 2, 2, 2, add 10 of them. Order. Look at that. Wow. Cool. I think, yeah, we'll just leave it as is then. So perfect recipes are all set up now. Let's just remove the debugs out of the recipe list. I just really dislike having excess. Wait. Huh. I only removed one of them. Interesting. Cool. I'm gonna make a push to Perforce now, based on that. Reconcile offline. Shouldn't ever be anything else. Submit. Added. Perfect. Recipe. Initialize. Initialization. Submit. Cool. So now, as my energy is fading, we're going to start trying to look at initializing staff. So at the moment, he's just sitting idly in the scene, I should say. Where he shouldn't be. At the start of the day, same as how the NPC spawn is the staff need to be spawned in. I think the one issue I have potentially is if we rip this out and come down here, is like this guy takes up this whole area, right? So like, so I'm thinking like maybe we add some more space in here. Because we need like an idle position. I think that's the problem I have at the moment is like where are they going to idle? It's like, yeah, look, I can idle one here and idle one here maybe. But if there's three, it's like idle one here, one here, one here. If this person's idling and this guy's trying to get over to the coffee machines, like he's going to be getting blocked, right? So that's why technically speaking, if I turn this guy off and then turn on the tier 2 cafe, is look how much extra space we have by having an extra floor tile, right? Like, but I think the problem is it's obscenely big. Like, look at the space you have to cover, right? But maybe the fix is just to make him smaller. I don't know. That, or you could just have like a collision-based thing where they can walk through each other. Could be pretty cool. I mean, actually, you probably just make this smaller, no? So at the moment, like, he is the whole size, but it's just like realistically, he probably only needs to be as small as his head, right? So if we go like radius, like realistically, he probably only needs to be that big. But there could be potential clipping issues if I do this, but I'm thinking we do that. It's like it's only his body that we want to collide in things. It's just due to the asset pack I'm using. It's like this dude head is massive. But anyway, so we do have a close this. We do have a staff spawner. So I think we're going to open this, and I think we should also open the NPC spawner at the same time, because it's roughly going to be doing similar things. Let's pin him and pin you. Boy, am I getting tired already. Oh my god. I probably need to stand up. That's probably what it is. I think if I sit down for too long, I'm start to fall asleep. Man, my whiteboard is starting to get so full of stuff. Alright, there we go. Oh, good stretch. Okay, so I might even move code to the main monitor now, to be honest. So kind of need this. Get rid of all you. Staff prefab, spawn locations. So, oh sorry, I'm just like hard blanking, but payroll data, recruitment data, staff data. It's kind of a bit cringe, no? Is rostered. Fuck, there's actually so many things I actually need to get set up with spawning the staff, but it's fine. So let's go, probably needs to be public void because we're going to call it from probably the cafe manager, I think. So let's just go, spawn staff. Needs to be a void for starters. So for each, oh wow, this is going to be annoying. For each var staff in staff data source dot payroll data dot keys, if staff dot that's only a staff config. I think we actually then need to do this. Is rostered. This is probably where I'm going to spawn them. But okay, so if staff is rostered, but then we're also wanting to do if for each if, love that for me. If dot fatigue. What are we checking for here? If their fatigue just really racking my brain here. So I mean, I could scrap just doing anything to do with the fatigue yet and just spawn them so I have it working. It's tempting to do, but so we need to split this up actually. So because oh no, don't no, I think okay. I need to look at how we're initializing all this data now. So staff list, load data, staff list count. Okay, so the player exists in the staff list, so they are as part of this, but there is an is player on the config. So I think we even just do this is payroll data. For each var staff in staff data source dot staff data dot keys, if staff dot is player spawn player. Okay. But he's technically not on payroll, so we don't need to worry about him. Alright. Okay, so how do we want this to work? Honestly, I think the fatigue should be incremented at the end of the day, but that technically means that you're not punished. So let's say, you know, that it's listed that their fatigue rate is 25 fatigue per day. It's not a great example to use. Like, okay, let's say it is 25. It's just like, so if they're at 75, they're not fully tied yet, but that means they do hit 100 the next day. But I guess my worry is like, if we have something set up, maybe it's just don't have it set up like that, but let's say their fatigue's at 95% or something like that. Is like, if they start the day, but their fatigue rate is 15, right? Is like, they're not really fully punished for that. But maybe that's okay. Maybe, yeah, maybe let's not think about it. Maybe that's something that we can iterate on in beta tests. So if staff data source fatigue is greater than equal to 100, it shouldn't be, but we'll comment do a sick roll, sick day roll, else I think if it's else, you probably do now want to spawn them here, right? But I think the problem is, like, we're doing a for each loop and we can't edit the data in a for each loop, which is going to cause a problem. I think I already dislike the fact that I've got staff data and payroll data. I feel like staff data could be merged to be the big thing, and then it also has like whether they're on payroll as a bull, but not an issue for now, I guess. Do a sick day roll, but if they aren't sick, they should take a hit to their happiness. Let's have a private int m underscore spawn count. M underscore spawn count plus plus. Reason we're going to need that is that's how we're going to choose what spawn location they're spawning in at. So I think we can do... I mean, they do need cooking data. So we're going to have to go staff. Staff. We can't do that. Staff objects equals instantiate staff prefab at m underscore spawn. Stop auto fucking filling my thing, man. Holy shit. God. M underscore spawn count. Quaternion dot identity. This needs to be dot position. Okay, and then we need to do like an object setup staff or something. Obj dot setup staff. Come across to the staff. Public void setup staff. Multiple things we need in here. We need cook time, so it's going to be a float. Cook time. Is that all we need? Probably need something to do with a model, but we don't have any of that data yet, so who cares? I mean, is that all? I think that might be all we need. So you just go m underscore cook time. Equals cook time. Right? Because that's, let's go, where is it? Deliver food, no, cooking, where's the cooking? Sign task, wait for station, on meal ordered. Deliver food. What the hell? What the hell? Okay, maybe it's a state. State machines, staff, cooking state. Cook time, and let's just confirm. Cook time returns cook time, which we're setting. Cool. Cooking speed. There you go. We should probably have a list. of staff called m underscore staff equals new list staff m underscore staff dot add object 1, 2, 3 object. Cool. And then we can have at the end of this public void cleanup staff for each. Probably do a check if m underscore staff dot count is greater than 0 for each bar staff in m staff destroy staff dot game object m underscore staff dot clear. Okay, that's how we clean them up. And we go m underscore spawn count equals 0. And I'm pretty sure this all gets handled by the cafe manager. Okay, and then probably hit the time manager now. So we're doing some stuff end day, end day, end day, save, 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 set up day. Probably here's where we want to go cafe manager dot instance dot get active cafe dot staff spawner dot clean up staff. Okay, so now let's move back to the main screen, put him across to here. This now has variables that we care about. Player probably has some overrides. Let's apply them. Check out, sure. So now we can delete you. Staff spawner, create empty, spawn location 1, spawn location 2. Let's put them in here. 2, actually we need 3, don't we? Three. Let's actually do it backwards and go 3 is the center point, and 2 is going to be here. 1, 2, 3. It's a bit funky, I know. Lock you. Drag you all on here. Prefabs. And whoa, hello, where'd you go? NPC. Not NPC, you fucking dingbat. Okay. So, if we come onto the staff now, just reset this to 0, 0. set U to 0. Check out 0, 0. So in the staff script, when it goes to idle, we're setting a location somewhere. So idle location, I don't think we actually want to do. Remove this temp code, see? Idle location position is what we don't actually want. So what we actually want to do here is go, yeah, it's probably fine to have it in here. Go private, transform, m underscore idle location. And that's when we can come in here. It's going to grab a transform. Idle location. M underscore idle location equals idle location. So every time we're trying to hit that idle location, which is here, move temp code. No. Yep. So now in the staff spawner, do that. So now its idle location set to wherever the spawn location is dynamically. So now we can see if this works. I'm going to sit back down now. Come back to main menu. Create a new save. And we'll see what breaks. There's probably two things I want to test that are working properly, and that's no one hired, so that we can do that one first. Bang. Look at him, he's hired. Oh. Holy shit, his cooking speed is terrible. But I mean, it's working. Very bad. Very bad. Okay, so reason for that is my default for the cooking was 2. But I have a feeling I made the staff cooking times like crazy. So player was 10. Let's make him like 4 maybe. Let's go 3. Tommy is probably going to be 5. Georgia will be 4. Tommy 3. Peter, holy shit. 3.
be there all day.
Now, once again, these variables don't mean anything. I'm going to have to fine-tune them to be what I want them to be at a later date. This is just for the sake of testing all the functionality is working. For argument's sake, let's hire someone. Hire. 35. Roster on. Should spawn a second person. Let's go. Bang. Look at that. 2 people. Whoa! We're not checking for assigned tasks, so they're both doing the exact same thing. Which we'll now fix next, but... Ha! No, I remember. I did this, I said this on stream. So... This assign things, like you can see me setting assigned multiple times. Is, for some reason, this variable isn't saving whenever I try to use it. On meal ordered, if we don't have a task and we're not waiting for a station, and task dot assigned is false, shrug. Let's see if this works. So we can test what's going on here. I hate this, by the way. It is exactly what I get for pushing it down, like kicking it down the road. But oh well. I'm gonna keep using the same save file, I think. Start day. Alright, so let's have a look. First person's ordered, so we're coming across here. So it has task false. We're not waiting for a station. And the current task is not assigned. Task assigned equals false. Now watch this. Task assigned equals true here. Current task. Assigned true. Right? But we come back a second time, and the task is now no longer assigned. So let's try and figure out why that's the case. My guess is one second, just going to mute mic real quick. Alright, apologies for that. So, oh my god, I gave myself on my phone. Yuck. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is the problem here is when we're on mill ordered. Who even handles on mill ordered? Is you? Is I think. Oh yeah. We're creating a new task when this is called, which doesn't have any variable set, so both of them are operating off of this task, which I think is actually not what we want to do. I think we want to access it from the current task. What are we going to do about that? We probably need to be then checking the current task and only applying variables based on that. So let's how am I going to do that? All right, let's where did I have that open a second ago? It's the cafe manager, right? Or was it the order manager? Man, I don't even know what I'm doing. All right, so I think what we want to do in here is let's have a couple of public methods. Public void assign task, and then we're going to have a public maybe a bool check task. Return. Okay, and then this is going to need a task. For each var t in m underscore current tasks, if t equals task, t equals task and t dot assigned is true, return false, else we will return true. Assign task. Task. And equals false. T dot assigned equals true. Of course, you can't do that on a for each loop. Pretty cool. While I is less than current tasks count I plus plus. If m underscore current tasks I is equal to task. Fucking what? Cannot be applied to operands of type order task and is it because task is a dude, I see this shit. Dot order number equals task dot order number. Dumb. Assigned equals true. Fine then. Okay. Task new task equals new task dot npc equals task dot npc signed equals true. My god. New task dot recipe. Task recipe. Oh man, this is tedious. But it's okay. I'm having fun. New task order number. Task order number. We got table. NPC. I mean, this is 5 variables, right? 5 variables. Cool. M task I equals new task. If we change the functionality now on the staff and cafe manager dot instance dot check. It's order manager, you clown, absolute clown. Order manager instance dot check task. Already forgot what I set this up to do, and the scripts aren't open either. Dude, I'm just killing it today. So it returns false if the task is assigned. So we only want to assign the task if it's true. So that's right, order manager, if it's true, do this. And then we want to do order manager dot instance dot assign task. Hello, please help. Task. And if this doesn't work, I'm just gonna scream, but that's okay. Order manager to check task. What was I doing? Current tasks I. Oh wow, I'm gonna have to redo all of that because it's shit. It's shit code. Why did I write shit code? Who knows? We can at least test that this first one is gonna be working. Maybe. Yeah. Just rip it. See what happens. Yeah, sure. Give Georgia a pay cut. What am I doing? Yeah, got all these. Sweet. So start day. Okay, it's already not working. I'm gonna scream. Oh my god. Like, I'm just baffled as to why this isn't working. I mean, we probably need to do both of these. Rip this. Start date. Cool, it broke. Oh my god. That's another... Oh. So, what's happened then, I've just found another... Okay, I'm going to have to keep a running list of bugs that I'm encountering. Bugs. So the first one we're trying to tackle is both staff members are getting assigned to the same... Okay, I'm wrong. I think I created a new save file and that's why it didn't work. Dude, I'm just losing my marbles. Okay, but the thing was, no, I think it's not a bug. It's just, I don't think it's a bug. I'll test it, but I don't think it's a bug. We'll test this first bug out first. Okay, so fast forward it. So when he comes in, for each task in current task, which there is one, if T equals task. Okay, I can see what's happening. Oh, custom variables are doing custom variable things. So if we want to go T dot order number is equal to task dot order number. And T assigned. You're echoing for me anyway. Loudly or? So I can't hear. If I was echoing, I should be able to hear myself. That's muted. That's muted. I have like a suspicion as what could be causing it. Let's shut this off maybe. Let me know if I'm still echoing now. Because the stream's technically running at the same time on my computer, but I've got that tab muted. But I do have the stream up on my phone as a way that I can just check something, and potentially the audio from my phone was being picked up. Alright, let me mute and have a look. That's super weird. I can actually test if I am echoing. 1 second. I can do... Wait, no, you bad. Yeah, I thought you have 2 windows open. Yeah, okay. I thought that was probably it. I was like really thinking, I was like, because it was like picking up that loud, I was just like, okay, well, it definitely can't be my phone. But I was about to check. I could pull it up on stream and just test on the computer, but it's not. I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. This is why we can't have nice things. If it's assigned, return. I mean, this red. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I mean, it's a really good prank as well, because before you came into the stream, I had someone talking to me, and they didn't say it was echoing, but it's like, imagine if it was just echoing the entire time and they just never said anything. Actual psychos. Just for that, you can take a pay cut. Cop that one, Georgia. There you go. Alright. Please work. Oh my god, it worked, I think. Holy. Alright, cool, that fixed the issue. Everything's working as intended now. You love to see it. Oh, and we wanted to test that other bug that I don't actually think's a bug. So we close this. And come back into here. The bug was that the second person wasn't spawning. Nah, okay, it was fake. I created an extra save file. I mean, that's good for me. Wait, whoa, I think something buggy did actually just happen just then. Keep watching. Or am I just high? Likely. Run it back. Go again. We go again. We still have enough food. Yeah, we got plenty. I'm pretty sure I observed a table not being served properly. You're served properly. Speed up a little bit. You're served properly. You're served properly. That one there. No, it worked. 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 Okay, I think I was just imagining things. We Gucci. We Gucci. 6, that's working now. What do I even want to do next? Probably should do fatigue status maybe. Yeah. I don't need end of day. I mean, it's gonna save end of day. Yeah, okay, so if they're rostered on, increase it by their amount. Okay. I think I know what I'm doing. So we didn't make a staff manager, it was the staff spawner. We really shouldn't be controlling it from in here, I don't think. But the staff spawner does kind of encapsulate everything. Maybe we will do it. No, silly. You're silly. Don't be silly. I don't think we have an end day in the cafe manager, so let's create an end day in the cafe manager. End day, and this is going to control a lot of things. Shit. So at the end of the day, we want to... can't do that because it's going to cause errors again. For... okay, let's try it. For int I equals 0, while I is less than... I don't know what I'm doing, do I? No, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I think I have an idea. So let's go, a list of staff called active staff, we'll call them, equals a new list for each var staff. Yeah. In staff data source dot payroll data dot keys if payroll data staff dot is rostered is true, m underscore active staff dot add staff because you're a staff config, not staff, which means let's make you a staff config. Staff means then after we do that, now we can do a for int I equals 0, count I++, do a bit of formatting. We have their staff config, so... oh, we're gonna need to do what I did before. Ah, that's so cringe. That's so cringe. So for this, we need staff data source dot staff status. Status equals new status. We only want to be increasing their fatigue, so let's do that last. I'm gonna screenshot all the variables that we need to reference in here, and then come back into here, pull him over here. Okay, that's not gonna work. I'll just have it on a second monitor then. I tried. Tried to make it easier for viewing. It's not gonna work. Deal with it. Status. Fatigue is what we're changing, so happiness is gonna be equal to... We have their wage, m underscore wage. Oh, technically need to do things with the wage, but can't spell. Yep, absolute clown. Status dot is rostered. Rostered is sick. Is sick. Status dot sick days equals sick days. Right, now this is where we want to increment the fatigue. So status dot fatigue equals, in brackets, don't actually need to do fatigue, fatigue plus what am I doing? M underscore active staff I dot fatigue rate if status dot fatigue is greater than or equal to 100. Status dot fatigue equals 100. And then we go staff data source dot what am I doing? Payroll data. M underscore active staff I yeah, equals status. Okay. And we probably also need to update staff because I'm updating in 2 separate places, which is extremely dumb, but I'm definitely going to have to change this at some point because this is super inefficient, but whatever. Status. Okay, so I think that should increment fatigue. We need to find where to call end day. Time manager is most likely the place we're going to do it. End day. Cafe manager dot instance end day. All right, let's test to see if that's going to work. Probably not. Never works first go, but we'll rip it anyway. So the way to test that this is going to work is, so the Georgia we have hired, her fatigue should go up 20 at the end of the day. Do we have enough recipes? Sold out of one of them. 6, yeah, it'll work. Ah, I saw it. I saw the bug. I saw the bug happen. Cringe. I hate everything. Hate it all. Does that mean I can do multiple days now? I might. So you can see George's fatigue has gone up by, I'm gonna guess that's gonna be 20%. So let's just buy some more recipes while we're at it. Just make sure we can easily get through the days. Start day again. Really annoying that there's a bug. I don't know what in particular causes it. Seems like one of the... Saw it happen again. I think it's still double. There's a double assign bug happening. Okay, it's gone up by 20 again. Just keep ripping it. I don't have sick days implemented yet, but we can probably at least test that that code is working. I'll just let that run throughout the day. It's big who cares. Staff spawner. It's probably like this. Let's just go like... Could be sick. Oh, I can't do deep any that. Do that, I think. Running, okay. Come back onto here. Yes, these guys are hella desynced at the moment. Look at this. God. So fucking annoying. Getting more fatigued. Just keep sending it. Dang. I mean, probably should be debugging these, but for now we won't. Something weird's going to be happening. I don't know. Kind of a problem for not right now, I guess. Okay. Fatigue's at... That's going to guess 80 now. Which means we should be able to get through... How many mesh speeds do we have left? We've got 20 total. It's enough easily for 2 more days. See, that double assign's not happening there. A bug that doesn't always happen is really annoying. Anyway. Alright, so Georgia is now at maximum fatigue, which means it's possible for her to call in sick. So if I start day now, yeah, it should open this. Cool. So the staff is this. This is when we're going to do a sick roll. And then if they aren't sick, but still come to work regardless, we take a hit to their happiness. Which, I mean, we could probably just do. Turn that off. Close you. Oh, I just saw an issue. So... I mean, let's just do it right now. Let's just go, a private bool, sick roll. What do you reckon? Do you reckon if they're fatigued, just make it a straight 50-50 chance? I don't mind that. Yeah, let's do it. Bar random roll equals random dot range
think you just do 0, 2, because then it's, no, 0, 2. If random roll equals 0, return false, return true. If sick roll is true, they're sick. They, put a comment here, they are sicko mode. Return. So that's why I'm thinking maybe we don't have this as a if-else statement, because now we do want them to spawn. So this is when we want to update their happiness. Negative equals. It normally doesn't like you doing negative equals. Yeah, okay, so we have to do all of that again. I fucking love that. Was it? No, we did in the cafe manager. Need to do one of these big things again. God, that's, yeah, I love that for me. Tedious work. Where the hell did that open? Yeah. So this is where we need to create a new staff data source dot staff status equals new staff status. Alright. So the only thing we care about here, oh, actually, there's a few things we want to do here. We want to call this beforehand. And we want to do status dot happiness. We need to do happiness last because it's the value that might be changing. We're in a for each loop, aren't we? Oh man. This is gonna break again. I don't, fuck it. We'll just do it and see what happens. Status underscore M is rostered equals. God, I sound super stoked. Is rostered. Status dot M underscore wage is equal to wage status done rostered sick days M underscore sick days. Huh. Oh shit, we are changing so many things here. This is going to be littered with errors. I'm so excited. Sick days equals
sick days. Status dot. I mean, for now we can do happiness. Like, we probably do need to, like, do everything as is sick. Is sick. So how many things are we changing here? And then fatigue as well. Status dot fatigue equals fatigue. So they are sicko mode. We're now gonna do is sick is true. Status dot is rostered equals false. Let's set this sick days hard set it maybe. Sick days equals, let's just say at a mandatory they're out for 2 days. And then down here, we're going to want to go status dot happiness negative equals, fuck, I don't know, 25. If status dot happiness is less than equal to 0, status dot happiness equals 0. Do you think if their happiness reaches 0, it should do a check, like a random chance, like let's say another 50% chance that they just quit? Or do you reckon if it hits 0, they should just quit regardless, like not even a chance? It's just like, you did bad, you're a bad employer, I'm quitting. I think the latter. Yeah, let's do that. So let's just say like staff member quits. Alright, let's see if it's going to break again. Pretty sure it will, because it doesn't like changing variables in a for each loop, which is what we're doing. So it's most likely going to break, but that's okay. We'll just prove that. So Georgia not happy, she's max fatigue. Start day, broken. There you go. So that's true dat. Alright, so gonna have to rework this code so it works. I can do what I did on the last thing, maybe, and create a list of staff config and go m underscore affected. Okay, I can see a problem that we're probably already going to face here. Oh. No, I think I know how I can make this work. And then we also have... This is going to be like some... This is up there. It's probably going to be the worst code I'm going to have in this build, but it's going to work. So that's all that matters, right? M underscore... No, it doesn't need to be M underscores. Statuses... This was never going to be getting called because it's up here. So if we're hitting this, we for sure want to go affected staff adds. Well, hello, what is going on? Add. And oh, that's actually bad code. I already see what I've done here. That's not good code. I can't return. So we probably need to do a check here again. Check if they should spawn. So at the end of this, we can go statuses.add status. I think it's continue. Let's do a little Google. What does continue do in a C# for each loop? In general, when continue statement is executed within for each loop, it'll skip the remaining code in that iteration and move on to the next item in the collection. That's what we want to do. Continue. Staff member quits. Continue. Actually, we probably don't want continue there for now because we don't have the functionality for that. So if we are continuing there, we probably do want to go... what do we want to do? Statuses... This. Statuses... Add. Continue. But if that doesn't get rolled, it is still going to roll it down here. Can't do both. Let's comment these out for now. Because after we're... Yeah, it's outside of the for each loop, so it means when the for each loop is done, apply staff changes. private void apply staff changes. Alright, you're right. Alright. It's gonna take in. It's really easy. Just copy paste all of this. All right. Wait, this is actually really easy, I think. I think you literally just do affected staff I equals to statuses I. Boom, done. Except I'm a little bit cooked there, so what you actually need to do is this. Fried unit, confirmed. And then you also want to go staff data source dot staff data. I think that's it. That's how we need another check if they were going to spawn. No, we don't need that anymore because we did the continue thing. Alright, let's see what breaks now. Get excited. Get excited. I'm excited. Let's go. Let's make sure we're still enough recipes. Yeah, sure. Alright, so once again, Georgia is maximum fatigue, so she has the chance to call in sick. And she didn't. There you go, she called in sick. Get absolutely rinsed, idiot. So I'll let it finish the day. I don't think I've created a UI to easily display that they're sick. Nor do I have functionality to decrease their sick days. Yep, but if we come in here, you can't roster them on and off anymore. But you can still fire them, which is accurate. You know, take too many sick days, you get fired. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Cool, so I should have maybe some like text that gets enabled in the fatigue bar that says they're sick. But I mean, it's working, so that is what matters the most. I probably did want to check that the happiness can go down. So let's... if sick mode or this... Wait. And it's not possible for that to return true, so...
So we'll create a new save file and make it all from scratch. Oh man, we have to do 5 days worth of work. Okay. New save file. Let's just order a shit ton of food, like 50. Tons of food. So much food. Wow. Okay. Can hire Georgia again. Roster them on. Start speedrunning. Alright. I can hear some kookaburras. Gone crazy. Multiple. That bug's still happening. Oh, that pisses me off so much. And if I'm like sticking to my schedule, it's like I won't fix that bug until next week because I don't work tomorrow. Which means that's like very bad to leave a bug that long. But maybe I'll jump on tomorrow. I don't know. Probably won't. Let's be real. Okay. I'll at least write it down. I mean, I could have tested this a lot faster if I just increased the fatigue rate, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Almost done. Alright, so Georgia's at maximum fatigue now, so with the extra code that I added in, she should still come to work tomorrow, but her happiness will go down by 25%. Nope, she just didn't rock up to work either. Cool. Alright. If sick roll and sick roll continue. Ah, who knows? I trust that my code works. We'll deal with it at a later date. Who cares? So, what do I want to do? Probably do need some UI, but I don't think that's really high priority to work on now. So if they're sick, at the end of each day,
We'll decrease their sick days by 1. We can do that pretty easily. So we go... Let's go. So I'm gonna do a few things in here. So let's go, not end region, region, and go active staff, and then at the bottom of this, go end region, and now here we can go region sick. Oh, okay. This is going to need to do a lot of other things, but this is just anyone that's on payroll, but we... custom data, custom data. We can have anyone that's not rostered on, but exists on payroll and do multiple things. Yeah, okay, so... Call it inactive staff. End region. So here, I mean, I'm going to copy this. Inactive staff. If they're not rostered, add them to inactive staff. And realistically, we are doing the exact same code, but in here, looping through inactive staff. So, new status, their happiness. So there's a bit of custom data here. So I think if they're sick, I don't want their happiness to replenish. I mean, what should actually replenish happiness? I mean, yeah, fucking day off. Yeah, it's got to be up there. But like, because I want the wage, like if they're getting underpaid, they're going to be slightly unhappy. If they get overpaid, they're going to be more happy. Day off. But maybe it's fine for them to get day off, but it's just like, it's probably just going to have to be incremental amounts, like very small amounts of happiness they regain from that. Alright, so let's just split it all out. So let's deal with happiness first. So, if they are sick, if they're not sick, how about that? If they're not sick, happiness equals happiness plus 5 to do remove magic number. If status happiness is greater than equal to 100, status dot happiness equals 100. Alright, so if they're not sick, and we're probably also going to do stuff with their fatigue. Fatigue negative is less than equal to 0. Fatigue equals 0.
That's only if they're not sick. But if they are sick, sick days take 1. If status dot sick days is less than equal to 0, sick days equals 0, and status dot is sick equals false. These are big who care pieces of data. We're already doing stuff to do with the fatigue. And if they're no longer sick, we actually are going to make a change to their fatigue, because their fatigue will be at 100. We're going to set this fatigue to 50. Right. Inactive staff. Inactive staff. Alright, so I think we can test multiple things here, I think. So we'll create a new save file and test all of this. Okay, buy a shit ton of food again. Add profit 1. Leave it at that. We're gonna hire Georgia again. Roster on. Start day. We'll do 2 days worth of work. So something that we can test at the end of this day. So Georgia's fatigue now is at 40%. If I roster her off, it should drop down to 20% at the end of the next day. Something broke. Love that. The day hasn't ended. Oh, I'm so fried. Yep, wicked. All of these need to be inactive stuff. Let's just copy paste this.
active staff. Alright. Rerun it back. Once this is done, which this code seems simple enough that it's like if there's no bug, that'll probably be end of stream, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Don't want to leave this bug happening at least. Order tons of food again. Okay, do one more day. Alright, roster off. And then we can check the sick day as well. Bugged. Okay. Yep, it's gone down. Cool. Roster back on. Just make sure we've definitely got enough food, right? Yeah, okay. And then we're just going to send it all the way until sick days now. That'll be it. %. Let me double check this code while this game's running. Oh, we don't have it. It's in staff spawner. Val run roll 0, 1, 2, so it can be 0 or it can be 1. If random roll equals 0, we're not sick, but if it equals 1, we are sick, return true. So if we're true, we're doing all the sick mode stuff. Okay. One more day, and then it's maximum fatigue after the end of this day. Maximum fatigue. Ooh, blow out there, nice. So they might come to work today, they might not. Alright, they came to work, which means their happiness should decrease at the end of today. Actually, technically, I think it should be the start of the day, but for the sake of me being scared about it not working, I'm not going to look until the end of the day. Happiness went down. Very good. Oh my god. This person's going to quit. We've just hit 250% chances in a row. It's going to be annoying now if it doesn't hit a sick day, but... They're bugged. So they can get into a state where they get bugged like this, and they will stay bugged. Really annoying. I'm going to write that on the board now. So... Staff can get into bugged state both on same task. Bug noted. Please don't come to work again. Okay, cool. They're sick. So we shouldn't be able to roster them on for 2 days. Pretty sure it just doesn't load data because... Alright, well, we can't hire them, so we can't roster them on, I should say. But at the end of this day, we should be able to. It's just so many bugs. Yep, we can roster them back on. Their fatigue's been reset. Their happiness doesn't change, which is what I set up. We probably should refill their happiness. Actually, no, we probably shouldn't. Now, they should only get happiness back if we don't roster them on. Send one more day. They should also regain, lose some of the fatigue, but gain happiness. It's only going to be a small amount of happiness as well, mind you. This will be the last thing that we're testing, and then we're pretty much done for the day. Regained a little bit of happiness, lost some fatigue. Just make sure that they can get rostered on properly. Start day. Yep. Ensure they still work. Ooh, note down another bug. Payroll panel Buggy when sick. It's a job for next week as well. I've literally drunk no water the whole morning apart from my coffee. Crazy. Alright. Went down a little bit. Happy to stay the same. Cool. I mean, I can test all of this working now, so that would have saved these variables, so it's like... kind of actually do think that's 50... yeah, that's going to be 50% fatigue, 5 happiness. So if we close the game... 50 fatigue, 5 happiness, but they are rostered on. Yep, it's all saved. Cool. So the save data is working correctly. Wicked. So, loud clap. That's going to do me. That's going to do me for this week. It was a 3-day week this week because Monday was the public holiday, if I'm remembering correctly. So what did we get up to this week? Man, I feel like we did a lot of work this week, no? We set up these staff panels, which we have now set up the staff spawning and all of these rates working. Wage, I mean, we can change the wage, but we don't actually have like cafe money set up yet, so it's a bit who cares. Sick days work. Yeah, I feel like this week has just been a big staff week. Obviously, in terms of day to day, we've done the timer, the buttons, spawning NPCs in, spawning staff in, cooking, like all that flow has been implemented. So it's actually a pretty productive week, really. Next week is probably going to be the review system now. Well, I guess like the precursors to the reviews. So the NPCs need to track a lot of information because they're the people giving the reviews. So they need to have a timer for how long they've waited. So in the prototype, I had it set up that there was a timer above the head. Probably going to have something similar where it ticks down how long they're waiting for and things. It's just giving you a visual indicator of how long they expect to be served in. So they need that. They're going to need information on the food that they got. I think we're probably going to do it live, that when they order it, we're already storing the data there, so it's already going to probably register what their review is going to be, whether it's too cheap. Oh, that's where I remember what I left out now in the reviews panel. Is, which I don't have open yet. We'll open it in the scene. So reviews. I think I did say yesterday that I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure I've forgotten something. Food pricing. But maybe I can incorporate food pricing into these reviews. Because I think having 6 reviews per day is probably, that's the maximum, but I think I did have an extra. So I think I had 6 reviews last time, but we didn't have this decoration review. This was probably a pricing review. But yeah, anyway, so turn that off for now. So yeah, basically as soon as they order the food, they're probably going to register what they think about the food, like whether the recipe's off. So one of those. The pricing and the time is all they care about, but they also do care about when they... Actually, I think that's it. So that's all they care about. And at the end of the day, we're also going to cache if there's any scraps active. So that's fire, spills, or trash on the ground. That's just an end of day thing. If there's any of those active in the scene, that gets added to the reviews. I don't know how the decoration reviews are going to work. I'll be hella honest there. No idea how that's going to work. At a base level, it's probably just going to be like the amount of props you have in the scene needs to be whatever it is. But I think decoration's probably going to have very low impact. I think the decoration there, it's still going to help, but I think mainly the decoration's there for people that just want to decorate. So yeah, it's going to be setting up the NPC to store a lot of that data, and then we need to start working on logic for registering all of the reviews, then loading them into a review data source, all that stuff. But yeah, so next week. So this week was stuff, next week's reviews, basically. Yeah, cool. That's going to do it for me. It is clocked over our 4-hour mark now, so I shall see you all next week. Enjoy.